教えてよ教えてよその仕組みを僕の中に誰かいるの壊れた壊れたよこの世界で君が笑う何も見えずに
It is my great honor on this day, 24th of summer, to unite Kyle and Fistme in the bonds of marriage. What the hell?
Bye-bye. Yes, Joseph Bell as well.
You're going?
Bye-bye.
I'm not looking for trouble, I swear. Okay, Doris. Okay. What's happening? I don't know, I somehow landed here.
Why did you?
Why is it? I built
Why
a
did you go all
freaking
the way to
wall.
Loot Lake?
Which one all the way to Blue?
She went to Loot Lake. Oh
What
my
the hell?
We're not mentioning this.
I just want to understand why.
What? Roach? What's going on? Yeah, blue balls are a problem usually. I'm gonna do stupid. Get not that stupid. Ah! I hate you.
Like, how do you expect me to know how my teammates are named? Or actually my anti-teammates? Or opponents? Opponents.
Stop slapping me with your tail. She took over the stream, but that's my face, dude. My face. Fine. Okay. Oh no!
I think it's because you don't get that
Yeah, I didn't. I
Why
swear.
did you jump?
I didn't!
Oh my...
Kyle Fist!
Yeah.
Here I have a gun dangerous.
Open for business. 2 out of 3 holes.
Oh my god!
I did this to myself. Honestly. Hi, hello. How is everyone doing this fine evening? It is time. We have been waiting for this for a long time, all of us. I decided this is like the evening sip for now, until I make, more appropriate versions. Yeah. I promised the first redeem last year. Therefore, you feel betrayed. You still don't have. Wait. The first redeem what? What? Wait. Oh. Yes. Technically, I do have it. However, it's I didn't put up the bot yet, so technically I have it. I will sort it out for next week. it's been on my list, but this week is the session and it's the Patreon launch and everything. So I'm just taking it easy. But yeah, technically it's set up. A lot of the things are actually set up. We have goat pens, we have stuff. I probably shouldn't say too much, but yeah, Baron helped me set it up um, months ago now. Last year. Last year. Just around the time I disappeared for a long period of time. We set up a lot of things. I will have to go over it again because honestly I forgot how most of it works. But yeah, we have mini games, we have first redeems, we have goat trades, lots of things. Goats, goat trades, okay, goats of trades, fine. I'm arguing with my captions. Anyhow. anyhow. It is time. Okay, I will do a wild thing. I will just launch it without any previous setup. Never mind, I will not just launch it without any previous setup. Okay, resolution. No, I need bigger resolution. I don't have bigger resolution. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, if I place it on this, then it's gonna be on my other monitor, even though... oh gosh, I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this very much. What is this resolution anyway? This one, I guess, will be fine. Okay. I can still fix this. I think we were launching it maybe some other way. But we didn't finish anniversary. I'm pretty sure. No, okay, we're skipping stuff because... well, first of all, what is this? My controller does not work with it. Okay. Oh god. Okay. At least it let me exit. So... yeah. Like that should be fine. And then if I do it here, like, where are you? Where are you? There you are. Okay. So if I do it like this, it should work. However, can I full screen it? Display mode. I can't. I hate this. Because for me, it's just tiny on the screen. Okay, yeah, I'm sure I want to quit. Let's see. Let me check something before neighbor streamer mode, blah blah blah. Yes. Mm, 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 mm. This might take a while, actually. Um, okay, disable streamer mode for now. Let's. Let me just check. Yeah, my Twitch is connected. Stuff is connected. Everything is connected. So. It's like, how does one? How does one re-enable streamer mode? Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. There. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Things are wrong. I don't know why. Let's go. Yeah. I love it. um. Yes. So how did we set this up before? Because if I check, I don't know. Because if I do it here, I can do the resolution, maybe, or maybe not. Maybe not. Oh no, I can. I can do this resolution. But then it's like on my other screen that doesn't have that resolution. So if I press OK, let's just see what happens. But that's probably what's gonna happen. But then again, like maybe I should just play it on my other screen. That would be so weird though. To play on my secondary screen. Okay, so nothing is happening. Yep, okay. See what happens? Okay, right. Is it possible for me, since that happened, to just like pull this screen? No, I can't just pull this screen. Oh god, I don't know how to exit it. Guys, how did we do this before? Oh gosh. It's like oh no. Oh no. Can I overshot? No, I can't access my... Okay, so if I go back here, can I just... Yes, I'm sure I want to quit. I said yes, I'm sure I want to quit. Thank you. Just keep getting ping saying that my games are a bit low. Lol. How did we play it last time? I know we were setting it up in a weird way and that we managed to set it up. But how? It's me, I have no idea. I forgot. I literally forgot. Because it goes Legend, Anniversary, Underworld. I think that's how they go. And we finished Legend, but we didn't finish Anniversary. And I have... Or did we finish Anniversary? Am I going about this wrong? Okay, let me check. I think we didn't. And I honestly forgot how we did all of the setup. Oh gosh. No, I actually think I remember vaguely how we did the setup. Let me just check in my video edits, VODs, raw. Let's see. It would be nice if it would load. That would be beautiful. Okay, it's not here. Yeah, because we weren't doing it last year. We did it before. Okay, so I don't have it. God. Gosh darn it. Okay, wait. It's not here. Then surely. Playlist. Okay, playlist. God of Lies. Lies of P, Streams 2024, Big Remake Project Event, Awesome Adventures of Captain Spirit, Shorts, Amnesia, Trailers, True Colors, Life is Strange 2, Before the Storm. Okay, so yeah, close. We have Angel of Darkness, Chronicles, Legend. Yeah, we don't have Anniversary. It is final. We don't have anything from Anniversary, so we didn't play it. Well, we played obviously a little bit, but mm, how did we set it up? Because we did play a little bit. Wait, maybe in my files, manage properties, not manage. No. Ah. Install files. No. Okay, that's not gonna work. Game price general. Don't enable that. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I'm just doing like a lot of boring work. Browse local files. Yes, that. Big file. I'm sorry. The fact that all of these files are called a big file, a dot. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way to big file 26. No, those are issues. Okay. Let's test that. But it wasn't here then. Okay, so I'm not leaving you like in the dark. Let's go together to guides. Modding our configuration, missing shadows. No, by default using Xbox. Okay, we don't care about the controller currently. Oh, it's not working on Windows 11. Dang. I think I know Pizza. Shadows. What do you mean? We were just... Oh, that's how much you show per page, which is... What? Yeah. Please. Top rated all the time. No, walkthrough. I kind of want to message Miss to ask her, but I am... yeah, I don't know. Google is our friend. Google is our friend. Right? Let's see. Tomb Raider anniversary. Full screen, no. It's just full screen because ours is windowed. Okay, full screen fix. Okay. How can I fix all blah blah blah? No. Yeah, those are patches. Alt enter. Okay. That's weird. Okay, we can try the alt enter method. Like, why can you still see my main screen even though? Huh? Oh, you can see a part of it. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'm hoping this is the fix. It doesn't matter if I just press play. Oh, no, it matters because now it just opens. Oh my god. Seriously? Seriously. I will get this to work. Eventually. Okay, setup. Screen 1. Okay. That's not gonna start because it's in the other resolution, right? It's gonna ask us to set up again. Oh, oh, oh. What? I'm afraid it's gonna crash again. No, wait. That it didn't work. Maybe I just ignored the thing, you know? Because, yay, full screen, but also, like, annoying upper border because it's windowed. But this works. This works. We made it work. It only took us 40 minutes. No, it didn't take us that long. It only took us 20 minutes. 30 minutes? Something. The thing says... Alt Enter is the default Windows switch shortcut for switching programs between full screen and window. Which did not work for us. That's okay. That's okay. We can try again. Yeah, no. Apparently we came all the way to Greece. Peru, Greece. But, I think we're gonna start a new game. How do I start a new game? Oh. Replay level? Mountain caves. That's the first thing, right? So, let's... Oh, no. Oh, well, maybe. Should we do hard? Medium, easy. Ooh. We have two outfits to choose from. Let's do legend. I need to pull up my keyboard. I was hoping that I can play on the controller. Oh, wait, maybe I can. My controller was just turned off. Oh, maybe I can. Oh god, yes. Time trial. Oh no, we are not doing time travel. Is that time travel? What? Time trial. We're not doing that. We can do, yeah, medium. Medium with the controller. Are we ready, guys? I know I was so excited for it, but I'm not sure I'm ready. Oops. Medium. We're gonna do medium. Even though like the hard here isn't really that hard, but yeah.
And my insistence that we press on in spite of these failures has morale. I suspect Jenkins to be the author of this sedition. He simply refuses to accept the possibility that Atlantis is the foundation upon which all known civilizations were built. Increasingly, I find it is Lara alone who remains untainted by academic dogma and open-minded enough to see this truth.
I know my outfit is.
No traje bastante cuerda.
Not to worry. I'll find another way up.
Do we feel like the sound is a little too low? Like, is that our genuine concern right now? That the sound is might be a little too low. Too low? Too low. Let me see. Sound. Oh, cheats. Interesting. Okay, sound. So weird. Okay, we can put it to 45. SFX we can put to 40 and voice. We can put it to 80, I guess. Okay, that should be a little better. Hopefully not much louder than me, so... Okay, let's just do controls. Okay, so X is the thingy. Y is, I don't know. And B is roll. Y is nothing apparently. Okay, so in this way, it's kind of weird, like a little glitchy. No, that's okay. Okay, the bridge is broken. Oh, okay. 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 That was interesting, for sure. How do we get out of here? Ah, yes, the ledge. My winter outfit is great. I am so warm. Mm. Uh-huh. Okay. So I'm guessing I'm supposed to go up there. Man, I really remember nothing from this game. Allegedly, I have 5 hours in it, but... Haha, that's why we use Y for. Oh no! Run! Run! I am so sorry, but I will leave your body here while I go explore this temple. Oh no. Okay, so hopefully the sounds are okay for you guys. Let me know if it's too loud or something. I probably should have jumped over that. Nope, nope. Checkpoint. I'm guessing I'm going there. Oh, there's some ledges here. Interesting. Hmm. So does that mean 2 ways to get there, or... No, I feel like that leads somewhere else. Because, like, I feel these are 2 separate things, right? Yeah, because that just goes over there. I feel like I have to go here, so... Oh, okay. I don't know how to grab the ledge from there. So I'm guessing I'm gonna go there first. See what's up with that. Try to anyway. Oh, maybe I can't. So there's a ledge here, right? But... Aha. No! Ow. Okay, that was unnecessary. Okay. So how does one get over there? Well, not like that. I should be able to get there. Do I have like a sprint? Let me test. I should have like a sprint. No. No? No. Can I double jump? I cannot. No. This is a long jump, but the other jump is longer. Like way longer. And I don't think I have anywhere to like grab. Oh, unless like, no. Because there's things up there as well. Okay, I'll probably gonna die now on the next try. Which is fine. Oh, goddamn. Which is fine, because we have a save, like, well, a checkpoint really close, so that's okay. We're testing stuff out. Nope. Okay. Well, we didn't die, so we can try again. Although it does seem kind of pointless at this point. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Because, like, there should be a way for me to get there, right? Shit. No, that's not what I wanted. I didn't jump in time. No. Maybe I go from there. Maybe this is just like a decoy or something. Oops. Yeah, like a wild goose chase type thing. So I definitely can't reach over there. No, it doesn't seem I can reach over here either. That's like way too high. No, I didn't want a checkpoint. I didn't want a checkpoint. Wait. Options, no. Ah, shoot, I triggered the checkpoint accidentally. I didn't want that. Okay. I don't know how to reload, okay? Okay. So, I have no fucking idea how to reach that. And then, like, yeah, because here I get to here. Oh, okay, I'm dumb. Guys, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Sorry, Lara, I put you. Whoa, what? I did not expect that. This is perfectly normal behavior. Yes. But yeah, basically I have to slide there. Oops. I have to jump at the end of that slide. Close. That was very close. We will get it eventually. I believe. I don't even know what it is, but we'll get it eventually. Yes, we got it. We got it, guys. We got it. Okay. Now we can proceed. Okay. That was a little scary. I believe they may have hurt me a little. Okay. There's definitely a place to go there. What about where bats came from? Oh. There's definitely like a path there. I think that's our main path, so let's do the other one first. Or try to. I want to see what's there. Never mind. I'm too short apparently. Unless... Aha! Not so short after all. Oh. Mm. So we can jump over. Oh, okay, that's actually the only thing we can do. Jump over. Was it X? Woohoo. Oh, okay, that was health. I accidentally used our big health. Nope. That's not what I wanted to do. There's some bats. Okay. So that's what this is here. I hope I won't need that one health. The camera here is a little funky. Okay. What would be... Okay, so not B. Ah, okay. That's Y. Okay. For some reason I have like this idea that I have to press something to grab. But no, I don't. It just automatically grabs. Random rocks. Okay, where to now? Perhaps there? And then what? I mean, if it's down there, couldn't I have gotten down there from just here? What? I'm confused. Because I could have just, you know, slid down here, right? I guess the drop would hurt me or something. I don't know. But yeah, I could have just... Whoa. That was so scary for no reason. The shadow. Checkpoint, and there is wolves down there, I think. I believe, yes. Yes. No, I'm not aiming at it. Okay, interesting. 'Cause I believe this bridge is gonna fall apart, probably, or something. Better to take care of the little wolf right now. I'm sorry. Yep, yep. Why did that scare me? I literally said that bridge is gonna fall apart or something. Seriously. There was literally no reason for that to scare me. I knew it was gonna happen. There's something there. I think I know how to get to it. Because if I go like here, oh no no no! Ow! That was very much ouchy. Very much ouchy. So yeah, as I was saying. So yeah, I was as I was saying. If we jump here, nope. Will I literally like kill myself over here? What? Why do I keep missing this bit? I will blame it on the controls. No. No. Welp. I died. What if I just like jump from here? Yeah, okay, that works. I don't have to do a running jump. Quickly press E for Lara to recover. Okay. Let's pretend that I did exactly that. Will this one break? It will not. I think in the end I exit there. Oh. Checkpoint, perhaps? No? Okay, and down there should be a bear. Yeah. Jump towards the rope. Sure. Oh, I want to go there first. No, there. There's definitely a bear down there. I'm positive about it. Okay. I have to admit, I didn't think this through. Because I was saying, I'm pretty sure there's a bear down there. Do you think I can make the jump over here? I'm pretty sure I can get up there. But can I make the jump to over here? I can! I did it. I'm sensing something coming to hurt us. Oh, hello. Press and hold space to jump higher and further. I'm assuming for this. Whee! Ah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, here, probably. Yeah. Ugh. Hey. Mm-hmm. Access large journal in the items menu. Something. Okay, no, I do remember there were wolves here. Maybe not like... One down. Is that the only one though? That's the question. I guess so. Oh, okay, here we have to go on the other side. It's here. I'm pretty sure I can get up here. Oh, it's on a timer. Okay, got it. It's on a timer. Which is not gonna be great because we have a wolf there. Okay. You scared the shit out of me. Okay. So that's open. Now I can potentially go explore that other thing there. Some of these walls seem very crushable. Okay. Oh, oops, there. Oh no, I don't think this is accessible anymore. Oh. Hum. And I can't jump on this. Because this was only to pull this down and... How would one go about this? I'm assuming I should have jumped from here to there. And by solving this, I actually broke it. Which kinda sucks, honestly. Unless... Wait. Unless I can, like, immediately... No, I can't. Never mind. Oh well. I guess bye-bye secret. We're not doing that one. Also, it does seem... Because there's things, right? Can I go from there? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I definitely can't go from here. Oh well. An attempt was made. Checkpoint, right? Oh, completed. Yeah, that was the secret up there. Okay, so we only have anniversary on Legend. I guess we could do anniversary outfit here. For a change. Lara can attach to vertical column. Jump towards the vertical column. Okay, those are vertical columns. Oh, no, I don't want to exit low. I guess that's where we came from. Okay. Good for Lara that she can attach to vertical columns. Where do you want me to go now? Because that one is like way too far away. I'm pretty sure we can't jump to that one. Oh, wait. Can I like... Nope. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure where to jump from there. Okay. Well. City of Vilcabamba. Checkpoint. I vaguely remember this. Vaguely. But I'm not sure if I more remember it because I played it or more because this. Whoa! Where did they go? They were there. They were right there. Oh. They should lower the sound a little. Yeah, I should definitely lower my sound a little bit. Okay. I will pretend like this didn't scare the absolute living shit out of me. I'm assuming more wolves here. The game seems very forgiving. There's a lot of checkpoints. Whoa! Got it. I just shouldn't speak. I just shouldn't speak. That's okay, nothing here. It seems to have been abandoned a long time ago. This opens from the inside. There is water. Yep. Oh, okay. Okay. This seems different than in the original game. The first one, that is. Seems kind of different. Wait, if I go from here, can I jump on the rooftop? No, I don't think I can. Yeah, no, I have to go this way. Okay. Well, I guess time for some swimming. Okay. So I guess the only way to go is there. But first, let's get some air. Yeah. Oops. No, no, no. Up, up. Please, no, no. I don't want to drown here. I don't want to drown. I don't want to drown. Oh, why is she doing it like that? No! Oh. Free Peronis. Bear again. Okay. Okay, do we see any levers here? No, we do not. Okay, she's diving with this. Ah, lever. Lever. She's choking already. Please, Laura, please. I don't have time for this. Okay. I think this bear is really afraid of stairs. That's the only explanation I have here. Come on, Lara. Come on. Pull the lever. Pull the lever. Yes. Good girl. Ooh. Well. That's... Okay. Okay, so we have this shiny key here. Or thing. Why am I not picking it up? Well, I'm picking up this one. But not this? Why not? It's shiny. Maybe because my shotgun is full? Let me see. Can I pick it up now? Aha, I can. Okay, so it was because my shotgun was full. Kinda. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like I can get here from anywhere else. And confusion as how to get there. Because obviously I can get on top of this. Not from here, but from somewhere. Oh. There's like things up there. Oh, I guess I should be able to go from the waterfall. But how do I get to the waterfall? That's the question. Is that something I get to later on? I guess so. Maybe. Okay, we'll leave it for now. Yes, I hear you. I do not see you though. Oh! No, 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 no. Ah! Help! Okay. That was something. Oh, yes, I came from here. From here to there to... Yeah, okay. Man. In slow motion, everything. I'm so badass. I have no memory of this place. Oh, that's water. Oh, wait, maybe... Well, not of this exact place, but... Ooh. From the original trilogy. Yay, I remember. I remember. No. Oof. I thought she was supposed to, like, grab onto this, but I guess not. Wait. I guess I have to go from inside here. Although this looks suspiciously curvy. Well, not curvy. Slanted. Suspiciously slanted. Okay, I was... Oh. That's a sign. I was expecting a ball to start rolling on me. Okay, Where am I jumping? Is it on the pillar? Or is it on the thing? Let's try with the pillar, right? Yes. Okay. So I'm guessing we do the same thing on the other side. Wait, maybe. Oh, yes, never mind. Please no rolling ball. Please no rolling ball. Okay, no rolling ball. Whoa. I did start getting suspicious, like, where are the bats? Bah, ancient viruses. I was thinking maybe we're gonna find some secrets, but it doesn't seem like there's some. Oh, there's secrets here. So well. Nothing has been happening suspiciously long. Okay. There is something down there, I just know it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I think I'm supposed to fall here. Okay, maybe I wasn't supposed to fall here, but... It did seem like an easy alternative. Oh gosh. That was rough. Yeah, maybe I was supposed to go there. Okay. Okay. No unlocks. Okay. If I resume game, I don't know what that's gonna do. So, Mountain Caves, City of Vilcabamba, the Lost Valley. The outfit changes between levels. I did supposedly play this. Oh. Okay. It was a bit intense. a bit intense. Just a tiny bit. Oh, there's a hole in there. Oh, it's a cave in. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I do remember this part, I think. Again, not sure if I remember it like from someone else playing it or did I actually play this? No, I have a distinct memory. Oh, it's just plant. For a moment there, I thought it was a hairy spider. And I was like, wait, I don't remember hairy spiders from Tomb Raider. When jumping forward, quickly press shift to perform a swan dive. Okay. If I dive down, there is a tunnel here. That leads to secret. Haha. And the secret is held back. Yeah. I know, the best secret ever. I think I know, like, exactly where I am. Kinda. Oh no, that's not gonna end well. Okay, and then I would need another cog here. Okay, okay. So first we need to find cogs, then we assemble everything. Oh god. So close. So close. Okay, but we got one cog. I think we need at least like 2 or 4. 2 or 3 more. Wait. I'm doing this wrong again. Okay, so let's see. There's 2 more on that side. Like the cogs. 1 there, and 1 down there. I feel like there's 1 on this side as well. Although no, why would there be 1 on this side? Genuine question. Like I can go to this side for sure, but no cog required. So only 2 more cogs over there. I guess 1, 2. Yeah, it seems so. Now mind you, I might be wrong. Basically, I'm saying that. Okay. Okay. That's pretty solid. Hey. Oh. I noticed it's a little too late. Oh no, shoot. The breach. The breach, guys. Oh no. They can also go here, which leads me where? Over there, I guess. Which is kinda the same? No? I'm a little confused, just a little. Okay. Whoa, okay. It's turning in the other direction. Guess we're jumping behind. to this particular ledge. Oh, and there's a thing over there. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, that's one of the things on the side. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be virtually impossible for me to reach that. Oh, oops. Because I don't know where underwater it is. Yeah, it's definitely not over here. Because that was a secret we had to discover. Nope. There's one more. Okay, I think that was all three of them. Well, why is my health so low? Oh. I'm pretty sure it came from there. Okay, so... I could potentially put the thing out, but... I feel like I really need to find out where that water thingy opened. Well, underwater thingy opened. Okay. Totally functional game, nothing wrong there. That's how it's supposed to work. Okay, so from what I recall, it was maybe not somewhere here. Oh, see, I really have no idea now. Maybe it was in like the other room, the big one. Just because in the original it's on the other side doesn't mean it's... I don't know, maybe it's really like there. Because I really can't see anything through this milky water. Like, everything is moving so fast here. If I like jump from here, can I? No. Ugh. I don't know where. I'm hoping maybe I can. Well, I can't rotate my camera past this point. I'm unsure what's going on. Okay, so we're absolutely underwater. I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out where that hole is, but it's me. I think I glitched us. Yeah, like camera can't move. Like this is the maximum I can move camera. calm down. I wonder where that freaking hole is. Because I don't know. Is it a secret? Is it a cog? Because if it's a cog, we need it. If it's a secret, well, I don't really care at this point. I'm just doing the game for the game's sake, you know? It's for fun. Because that's what people sometimes do. Play games just for fun. But, if it's a cog, well... Oh, no, no, no! Oh... I jumped too late / early. Okay. So now this clicks in place and starts moving these. And then we have another one of those there. Now if we do that... Yeah, we can go here. Which is good. That's good. That's good. And we can go somewhere. From here, that's not necessarily... You know, that's... that part there. Oh. Okay, so here's a problem. We have a hole in which we can go. Is it a Lara-sized hole? Like, yeah, she could squeeze in there. But we also have a rope. Oh. Honestly, I don't like this one bit. Dangling in front of certain death. Like this. Okay. Okay. We can try going there first. Yeah. That was very scary. It sounded like I'm not 100% certain if she can get into that hole. But maybe because, like, yeah, I'm so far away now, you know. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So... Whoa. What was that? Like suddenly the whole atmosphere changed. What? Okay, just for a brief moment. Oh, guys. I'm thinking dinosaurs. Is it dinosaurs or bear? Perhaps a bear. Perhaps. Why can't I pick this up? I'm pretty sure I don't have any of this. Yeah, I only have the 2. Oh, it's just a bear. We're good. Like, don't sweat. It's just a bear, just a tiny wee bit of a bear. Maybe I should use a shotgun. Quit shouting. Is it possible to solve a Tomb Raider game as a pacifist? I guess it wouldn't be completely because like of the boss fight, but oh, what's up there? Nothing. That's just so I can jump on the things easier. Hey. Okay. That's... yeah. That's gonna be how I get back, I guess. Like from here, then here. Oh, no. I wanted to jump. Then like up there. It's gonna be a little struggle with aiming. Yeah, like that and with that. Okay, anyhow. Checkpoint. I guess I didn't use that many. No. Okay. It was not my intention to fall into the void. No, 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 no. Guys, I know there's like a lot of moaning going on, but I promise this is like proper gameplay. What do you mean? Like, it feels like I should be able to squeeze in there. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is jungle and overgrown. Oh, this bridge looks very suspicious. Ooh. See, I told you it looks very suspicious. We should head back, really. But I don't think we can at this point. I feel like this is pretty cool. I don't know if that did anything. Should capture it for my Steam, but I don't think it did. Wait, give me a sec. Oh, no, she wasn't supposed to duck. Oh well. Ripper Roadies. I just thought it's like a pretty picture, you know. Yeah, tiny break, stretch, drink, stuff. Give me a sec. stretched, drank. Mm. I'm not sure we're ready for this part, but here we go. Oh, cool. Bullet tick hunt. Pick up! Run, Lara, run! For heck's sake, we need to find a safe spot. A safe spot. A safe spot. Oh my god. Panic. Panic. More panic. I have nowhere to go. I don't feel like any high place I can jump to. Oh, 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 oh. They hurt! I'm sure there must be like safe places I can jump to. No, I'm too far for this. Okay. What? Oh my god, there's 3 more! I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared. God. Absolute panic. Oh god. No, no, no. I am not ready. The rage and help me just for so many minutes I'd like to think. Well, what am I supposed to do? Except continue raging. Ow. Oh no, did they glitch it? How am I supposed to do this? I forgot. I do remember doing this though. I don't know what I did. I spammed buttons. An attempt was made. Oh. Hello? Are you just sitting there? It looks like he's just sitting there. I think I domesticated a T-Rex, guys. You're a good boy. Oh, you're a good boy. You're such a good boy, yes. Yes, nice patch. He's sleeping, guys. So, yeah. Good puppy. Okay. Yeah, he's like. Okay, now he's like. He's completely underground. Do you think we need to restart this point? I feel like we need to restart this point. That seems... Yeah. Maybe if I go like all the way back. Nope, nope. It's still glitching down. Oh. Well... I can't exit here. Can I exit there? I don't think so. I think it's too tall. Yeah. Can I... No.
There may be a way to lure the T-Rex into hurting himself.
Yeah, no, I got that. How do one go about just... I guess... If we just resume game... No, where are we? No, that's... Nope, nope. Man. Replay level, I guess. guess we just have to go like from the start. No, 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 don't exit level. Which I'm not a fan of. But I guess in this case we just have to do it. I feel like it's very poorly optimized though, because why can't I save? Just the thing. Why can't I restart the game? That's also like, what is that even? Like, you know, once you started playing the game, you can't start over. It's so weird. You can do level by level, but like, I believe I played this on stream. I remember the T-Rex fight distinctly. Mm-mm. It's okay. I'll just quickly get to the T-Rex part. I believe I can do that. So that opened somewhere underwater. I'll assume it's here. Like, where the water bits are kind of flowing weird. Because that would make sense. I glitched. I glitched, no. Oh well. Oh. Hello there. Oh, that's the end of the level, I think. cool. We're gonna be greeted with more wolfies now. No? Yeah. Okay. So we have two of them. No. We click that in. We pull the lever. That was almost a real close call. Part of me kind of wants to try and jump into the lower part there. And also, I believe our next part is after the T-Rex battle. I strongly believe that. So whatever we opened in the water, I'm not sure it matters. But maybe it's like somewhere else entirely. Yeah, part of me really, really needs to see what's in here. Oh, okay. It's just that. And a huge fucking tunnel. It leads down. Oh. Okay. Here we are. Okay. So? Oh, we ate already. Yeah. What's wrong with just burgers? I had noodles earlier today. I always want to go some. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna eat more today. Wait, do you wanna eat more? My fight with T-Rex glitched, so I have to start the level all over again. Yeah. Fun times in Tomb Raider, and for some reason, this particular game, I can't save. I can only like replay the old levels. I can't restart the old game. I mean, I probably can from the files somehow, but like it's not possibility. Okay. Level statistics option quick. See. Yeah. So yeah, now we have to go fight the T-Rex again. And hopefully not glitch him this time. There is open Kyosa. Oh. Oh, that's okay. Oh. That's not great. That's not great. That's not great. Okay. That wasn't ideal. But it's okay. We got this. Easy peasy. Right? No. Okay. Like so. We spent some bullets on the bear. Okay, oopsie. No, 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 no. Silly bats. Is it possible for me to shoot while I'm hanging on there? Like here? No, I guess not. I guess I did it. Somehow. It's so tricky to get in here. Okay. Yay. Ah. Okay. Okay. That's 3. Checkpoint. And the T-Rex comes in. T-Rex. T-Rex comes in. Look at the tiny hands. This is such an iconic scene, though. Oh. Hello. Goodbye. Hopefully it doesn't glitch again. Oh come on. Did it seriously glitch again? Please don't tell me our glitch there. Okay, no, he's moving towards us. Fuck. Ow! Do I look like a football to you? I guess, maybe. This is like 10 times more difficult to do when I know I have to like be careful not to glitch him out again. Because if I do, we have to do this all over again. Is that the health back? Perhaps not the health back. Why is it not happening now? Oh no, please don't do this again. No, again. My guy, please. Why do you keep glitching? Oh, but that apparently hurts me. Okay, can you kill me, please? Let's restart this whole thing. Okay, okay. We unglitched it. Never mind, it's glitched again. In nothing. Like literally this time it's glitched in nothing. My life. This is like the glitchiest fight ever. Ow. Come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Glitched again. I swear, man. I swear. I'm just trying to get to the point where we left off, please. Why? Why are you like this? Again. Brother, please. Why? Okay, well apparently it feels a little better when it kicks us, so... Can you stop glitching, please? I just kind of want to continue on with the story, and you're not making that easier. Yeah, see? Look. There's Lara here. There's Lara. Kick Lara. It's gonna make you happy. There, yes. Cry. Why the fuck are you so glitchy? Yes, grr, rage. Run from me. Are you fucking kidding me? Why don't you just work, dude? Just please. And again, eventually, maybe I kill him. Oh, I don't have any more shotgun bullets, I think. Because the damage he does have on him, I think we just did that with the bullets. So it's practically nothing, but you know, just eventually, you know. Blaine, hi. Well, it's trying to eat me for once. It's just glitched currently, so it doesn't. Haha, we unglitched him. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. I shouldn't speak. I should not speak. Literally. Like... Come on. Look, it's yummy, Lara. You wanna eat Lara? Look, she's a snack. She's a good snack. Good, come on. Go eat Lara. Look, a snack. trying to yeah. Listen, it's a stupid boss fight that it's so glitchy. Technically, I'm supposed to lead it, like I'm supposed to annoy it with bullets, so it would hurt itself on these spiky things. But, well, obviously that's not happening. It keeps glitching. Like, first time it fell through the floor. Second time, I don't know what happened second time. No, second time it fell through the floor. First time it killed us. And that doesn't matter. We don't speak about that. But the thing is, I can't save. So it's all in one go, kinda. And I can't restart, like, the game properly. Except from within the files. Which kinda sucks. And I played this previously. So we're doing level by level because, yeah. I know, these subtitles are great. Oh my god, it turned around. It unglitched. Never mind. It did not. Oh no, it did. Bird, you can't just do that to me, like willy-nilly, okay? Alright, what are you doing? Okay, okay. Thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Yeah, good luck with the video editing. I will continue suffering here. This is supposed to be like very short boss battle, you know. Just like dodge T-Rex, make him run into spikes. But no, that is not what is happening here. Now my finger is getting tired from shooting. It's quite a workout. Each individual bullet you see, I have to trigger shoot. Can I casually? Oop. Maybe that one glitched him. No, it did not. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's try using my middle finger now. 'Cause my trigger finger is really tired. I'm gonna have sore fingers tomorrow. And for what? For a glitched T-Rex boss battle. I mean, but the HP is dropping, so there's that. Like, it's not like absolutely nothing is happening. Something is happening. The damage is being taken slowly. Jeez, die already. My fingers are getting tired. I feel like my sound is leaking through. Like my game sounds. Maybe I should lower it a little more. But then again, it's only as drastic here. Ah! Oh god, we killed it. We killed it, guys. Grrr. Oh, okay. The final leak is. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, no, no. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, if I have to do this all over again. It hurt itself in confusion. Oh, now probably I can like jump on things. Yeah. Oh, it looks so sad. And there's some pickup there. I think nothing more there. Okay, let's loot the temple. I think that's the only cargo that we need. I just wanna check underwater. Is it this hole that we opened? No, this one looks too proper. But there is something in this hole. Oh, I think that's where I have to exit. I'm assuming. Yeah, I would like go up there. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I don't know what that pickup there is. I know that these are bullets that we can pick up, but I don't know what that is. So, I'm gonna do a smart thing and ignore it. Because it feels like we should finish this level as soon as possible. So we can finish the next one, so we can sort of resume the game, I think. Can we even resume the game after? I'm unsure. Oh, I could... No, I don't see what's the pickup is from here. Okay, never mind. Okay. No, 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 no. She's completely glitched. I'm trying to unglitch, but please, Lara, just something. No. I mean, I guess that was something. Oh wait, I have to pick that up again. Okay. No, 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 no. How could this happen to me? Made my mistake. Something, something. I mean, I know how this could happen to me. It could easily happen to me. If it could happen to anyone, it would happen to me, of course. This is just how things work. Big T-Rex butt. No! Fuck you! Well, I guess I can see what I missed here with pickups. Ha ha ha. What's important? What was this one? Something that we can't pick up. I don't even know what this. Oh, it's those bullets again. Man. Take a point into the water. Yeah, there's no more like, random holes, just that one. I said no more random holes subtitles, please. You just got a compliment. I don't know how great subtitles you are, and now you do this to me. I brain farted, did I? Like, oh. Yeah, I went here, and then I went here, and then I went here, and then up here, and then we go up here, and then we go up there. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Barely made it, but made it. Okay. I mean, I guess there's no turning back from this point on. See, like, that's pretty screenshots too. I believe I'm not taking any, but yeah, I'm trying. Okay. Some health. Will I run into velociraptors again? That's a good question. A very good question. Despite how old this game is, it does look very pretty. No, I like it. Hmm. Uh-huh. Okay. So over here. And then up there. Okay. I believe I got this. Okay. That's a really pretty view. Like you can literally see the cut when the scenes sort of merge. But it's still a pretty view. Not scenes, panels, I guess. I believe that my screenshotting techniques don't work because I disabled the overlay, well, the Steam overlay for in here. Woohoo! No, 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 no. Sure. Yeah, I was totally aiming for that. I totally know where I am. Yeah, I was going for this secret. That is totally definitely what I was aiming for, not to just get out of here. Oh gosh. No! I jumped. I jumped. Because I can't just go out of here, you know? This is just not how it works. I do have to go over those pillars over there, I think. And then in there. Or something like that, anyway. Wait, why didn't I see that before? I don't believe this was here before. This rock. Maybe it was. Maybe I just genuinely missed it, but I don't think so. See, I'm not a little. I have to go here. Maybe I got a little too far away. Okay, so we go here, slide and jump, slide and jump. Okay, we got it. Hey. Good that it's a checkpoint. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone for the small ones. Maybe yes. Otherwise I would never use them. Where am I? What does it all mean? No, seriously, where am I? Sorry, if I'm going back into the T-Rex lair, no, it feels like we're climbing up. Okay, we are climbing back. Oh god. That looks extremely dangerous. Okay. Oh yeah, I believe I know where we are. Nope. Now the real question is how the fuck do we get back? Oh wait, actually, was there like a secret somewhere here? Nope. Nope. There was not. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. There's some shotgun shells. We don't have any anymore, so maybe we should pick that up. Not that we're gonna use it or anything, but you never know. Yeah, I don't think there's any secrets there. Okay, we're back here, another checkpoint. Okay, let's go. No. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Lara, please. You have one job. That is to grab that lever over there. She does not grab it. Why? Why do you hurt me like this, Lara? You have one job. One job, Lara. One job. You got this. Man. Is it possible? Probably not. Oh, maybe it's not there. Maybe I have no idea where we opened that hole. That's fine. We'll never know. Well, we'll know at some point. We're gonna Google it. Maybe there's like... Oh wait, maybe when I like activate all of the things, maybe I activate a dam of some sort or something so I can pick it up then. I mean, all of these cogs must be doing something, right? Yeah, it looks like a dam. So... Fuck. That scared the shit out of me, okay. This is like really dangerous. Hey. Well, I mean, sure, that's better, but... But can I reach the thing there now? I must be able to do it now, right? Like, yeah, sure, there's still some water flowing, but... It still seems super fast. I wonder what happens now. Well, if I jump into the water now. Oh! Never mind, that did help. Hello? Okay. Think. Hey. We found the Kara mug. An ancient drinking vessel primarily used for liquids like fermented chicha, a common sight in Andean feasts. The quero was also frequently employed as a ceremonial vase by Incas in important religious ceremonies. That's kind of cool. We do have one problem, I believe, now. Like, surely our water is flowing and all. But how do I get out? Oh, I can't go there. Maybe, perhaps. It looks like I can go out here. Oh, I can. Oh, goody. Well, when jumping forward, quickly press shift. No, the space shift would be that or that. I pressed the wrong thing again. Okay. Ooh, we unlocked outfits, relics, art gallery. Interesting. What outfits did we unlock? I wonder. Anniversary Legend Classic. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. So, Tomb of Qualopec. Let's do it in a classic outfit. Wait, it's a whole less classic Lara model as well. Oh no, that feels wrong. Oh no. Yeah, okay, we came from there. That feels wrong, wait. We're not gonna do classic Lara. It feels too wrong, I'm sorry. Okay, replay level. Pero Tomb of Qualopec. Now we can do the anniversary one. Oh, wait. If we load game. Pero. Oh fuck, which one do I pick? So if we load Pero this, loading this save game will cause the current autosave to be overwritten. Yeah, sure. Oh wait, that's the Lost Valley again. Okay, so not that one. So 5? Because we did the Lost Valley. No, this is still Lost Valley. Oh no. Oh no. Because this is already Greece, so... have one large, a small.
The structures are carved directly from the surrounding rock.
Okay,
The
sure.
structures are carved directly from the surrounding.
I get that, Lara. I'm trying to figure out like where, but yeah, none of these things are activated here. So, what I'm gonna do, we're just gonna do the next thing again. So, play game, replay level, the Tomb of Qualopec. That's kind of the last thing we can do here. Give me a second. Okay, so what I think I will do, you can totally hear me over the sounds. Yes, yes. I think I will try to like fast play. I'm here. Yeah, okay. I think I will try to fast play through stuff because I really don't want to do the T-Rex thing on stream again. And then I'm gonna save us after this level. So that way we should be able to kind of start properly with the story and everything. Because I feel like we're missing bits of the story here when we're playing just like level by level. Maybe we're not, but I don't know. It also feels easier to just like do things in one go. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to Tomb Raider days again. I don't know, I missed it. I had like such an itch to play Tomb Raider again. If you're curious about my previous playthrough of previous games, they are up on my YouTube. You can find me on Swordfist or at Void Daddy, perhaps Void Sap. Void Daddy, pretty sure. Yeah. You should just be able to find me at Swordfist. Woohoo! No. Okay. An attempt was made. I'm getting an allergic reaction to something. I don't know what. And I hate it. It's so annoying. Because I don't know what. I mean, thankfully it's just like little hives, but... Okay, you don't look around enough to roll? I think I remember this. Is it with the cages down? Yeah. Like some sort of cages. one? Nope, I guess. Oh, it's that for the swan dive. Okay, got it. No, I guess not that. So, okay, where do we go? So from there, I believe we can climb back up here. I think it was like we jump here somehow. Oh, I don't know how. Like, this feels way too far for any sort of jump. What about here? Okay, you probably go over here so we can easily jump back. Or, wait, do you go over here? But no, that's not enough for us to reach up all the way up there. Because I believe... Yeah, we can't move this. So I believe we somehow need to, like, crush these parts. So we can move these things to be able to balance on them. And again, I do believe it was like this. Oh, wait. There's a ball we can trigger. Hey. Okay. I'm so excited for my players to reach some dungeons that are Tomb Raider inspired. Yeah, I think this should be fine, right? Yeah, that should be good enough. I feel like this part, yeah, I believe we'll have to crush it with this. Oh, wait. Because now I have, like... No! Why did I do that? I was like, wait, there is a hook. I can grab on that hook, but apparently I can't. See, that hook. Oh well. Let's first just do this part. Woohoo. Oh. Hey. Destruction. So now I can swing from both of those hooks. Not that I should right now. Firstly, I think I should... Oh no, it doesn't matter, because... No! Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Oh, goodness gracious me. Because I'm supposed to trigger this. And then I'm supposed to go down. Ow. I believe there's better ways to go down. And then I'm supposed to pull this one in position, which is kind of here, I believe. Or here. Yeah. Kinda. And then I can push this into position there. Gosh, I love Tomb Raider. Destruction. Wait. Nope. Again. Yay. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity hop. Oh, maybe that's like a little too close to there. So perhaps a little more here. No. Maybe even a little more back. Like so. Yeah, I believe I can make that jump. I should perhaps consider jumping to the checkpoint, but I'm not sure if that's gonna do anything. On the... What happens if I do this first? Checkpoint. I mean, there is definitely something happening here. I could drop over here. Oh, so close. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. We're definitely somewhere. Do I believe I can jump there and pull the lever? No. No. I don't believe I can do that. However, like maybe from up there, that is a possibility. Yeah, this is just not a thing that's gonna happen. Okay, so from here, where do we go? Oh, I believe. Oh no, maybe we do have to go here. But then we have to jump here. So from there, we can jump over there. Oh gosh. Very stressful, but yes, I was correct. This does nothing for us. And stressful. Okay. Hey. Okay. One of the doors up. And more of the spikes active. Ow. Okay, hello. Please be the only one. Oh god. The screeches is what gets me. No! But at least I guess it's a warning. Yeah, this is how Tracer sleeps. Mm. I don't know how I managed to swivel wrong. Okay. That E thing is very confusing to me because I'm using a controller. I guess this is fine. Ow! So close to a checkpoint too. Each time I repeat this, I somehow lose more health to Velociraptor. No, no. Why did you do the weird thing? Okay, I got this. I got this. Okay. That was better. That was better. We can do this. I believe. No! Why? Why did you jump to the side? Why? I did everything so perfectly and then you jumped to the side. I don't even know where the heck he came from. Okay. So Lara, you want to jump backwards. There we go. Good job. Good girl. Okay. Checkpoint. Good, good. Oh, that was a little bit stressful, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so now we do this part. Yeah. Oh. What's that? Okay, and now the last one is the one through there, for which we need to do 2 of these. Okay, so I can go lower, I can rotate here. Okay. Now the trick is to figure out where to exactly place these. I guess this one we can kind of... Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, I think that is definitely good positioning on this part. And then we pull this one all the way somewhere. All the way somewhere. Okay, push then. Part of me wants to say here. Yeah, maybe we push it to just a tiny bit closer to this, like that. Is that too close now? No, I feel like that's gonna be good. Yeah, that should work, right? Okay. So now, jumpy jump. Wish me luck. Jumpy jump. Okay. Jumpy jump. Jumpy jump. Okay. We got it. Checkpoint, please. Checkpoint, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. That was a little scary. Not gonna lie. Can one? One can. Okay. I have my guns at the ready, just in case. I'm not hearing any screeching, but you never know. Honestly, that looks so sassy. Just an empty room with the lever across. I completely forgot it does that. Ugh. Oh god. That scared the shit out of me. Okay, that's one gun. I think it was 2 of them, no? I guess not. Incidentally, I really have to go pee, so I shall be right back, and you can stare at our predicament here. Anyway, I'll see you in a bit. Hi, hello. Sorry for the longer wait. I had to go pee, but then I realized that I didn't do Duolingo, so I did the Duolingo real quick. So that took time. Hi, hello. How are you doing, love? I haven't seen you in forever. And also, yeah, the audacity to always come to my stream when I go away to pee. I didn't pee this whole stream, and like after 4 hours, when I go pee, you show up. Every time. Every time. I guess that's like summoning Kyle. How are you doing? What have you been up to and all that? Yes. You summon Satan with blood pentagrams and stuff, and demons, and and Kyle you summon by going to the top. How has college been treating you? Except keeping you busy. Oh. Currently, I'm okay-ish. Okay-ish, as in, like, my throat has been a little bitchy, but that's about it. But honestly, it's kind of a welcoming break after, like, medical emergency and everything. So, I've been keeping busy. I'm opening a Patreon this week on Friday. I'm really hyped for that. I have a session. Like, I'm a DM now, a GM, game master. I'm leading a D&D group. So yeah. Yeah. Winter does sound brutal, like when it comes to classes. Okay, so part of me thinks here. Nope. It was not here. Here then. No. Because we have to go to this one. I believe I can't jump on these. Like, I should be able to, but not from there. Okay, let's figure this out. Why
40 months. 3.
Holy shit, 40 months. Thank you so much for the sub, Kyle. And congratulations on 40 months. 40. Do you know how much that is? Yeah, I do like morning productivity stream, then after that I do some work hanging out with Proto. I think I just missed it. I think this is the one we have to jump on. And then I stream some more in the evening. I feel like I've been so close. Yeah. It's 3.33333 a lot of 3 years. Holy heck. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Oh, hello. Okay. How have I not even noticed this? Well, fuck. I think I broke the game again. What did I do? I did somehow unglitch for a little. Yeah, again. You have no idea how many times I broke this stupid game. Okay, fixed. It's fixed. So many times, Cal. So many times. Like just today. I guess I don't have to push it. It's over here. Oh, maybe I do. The hardest was like the T-Rex fight because I had to redo the whole fucking level. Because, well, okay, so this game doesn't have your classic save feature. Oh, sorry, start new game feature. So whatever I played before, that's kind of what I'm stuck with, unless I go into game files and figure out which ones to delete to start again. Which obviously I'm not insane enough to do that. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'll get you in position eventually. One way or another, you're gonna go where I tell you to go. Oh my god. But yeah, I had a real Tomb Raider craving lately, so yeah, this is very welcome. Not the glitches though. Well, I'm so precise. Yeah, Happy New Year's. And I'm kind of excited about this one. Although, fucking hell. Sorry. Although, like, a lot of things have gone wrong, and all of the 3 plans I changed, I had for the next year changed due to medical emergencies and warnings. No, why do you keep jumping to the side, Laura? You have to jump to the other pillar. You got this. Got this, girl. Why? Why? She keeps tilting. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm on point there. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's stable. Let's say that. Like, it's stable. I have to do a lot of checkups and diagnosis and stuff, but finally. Freaking hell, Lara. Okay. Okay. I hope we get a checkpoint somewhere soon. Yes, thank you. Should have said something sooner. Maybe I got it one sooner. Okay, so mm-hmm. Okay, I see. Nothing there. Something over there. So we probably have to go like there and then over there, somehow run over there. Something like that, I assume. No, Lara, please, no, no. Sand! What are these random generic sounds that go over my sound? But sand! Fuck you, Lara. Spread the sand! Okay, so random. Oh, Kyle, thank you so much. I was about to alt tab. But yeah, guys, please go follow Stan. He's been doing a lot of old school RuneScape lately, but he does lots of fun games. Yeah, he took, well, he became a variety streamer, and the rest is kind of history. So yeah, go! Send all of the love to Sand. Also, hi Sand, and welcome everyone. My name is Seb. I play games. Tomb Raider is going. But yeah, generic sounds. That's what I wanted to say. So there was like a random bleep bloop. And there was also a random bleep bloop earlier on the the subscription. I don't know. There's just like random bleep bloop that goes over my sounds. I think it's a Twitch thing, but I don't know. But yeah. Tomb Raider has been very glitchy, to say the least. We've been managing, you know, as one does. Why do you refuse, Lara? Why do you refuse? You just have to grab the fucking pillar. It's been a struggle with the pillars. Okay. I think we got it. I think we got it now. How was your stream? What were you up to? RuneScape again? Or was it something else this time around? Okay, we managed, guys. We managed. Wait, is it the spider again? You killed the little spider 70 times? Poor little spider. Honestly, I've seen bigger. I've seen bigger. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. We're good. We're fine. I should probably reload Lara. Ah, okay, she did. Yeah, dinosaurs. I think I actually managed to find a decent-ish balance. No, no, no. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. We're all good. Fuck, where am I? Oh, okay. Oh, hello there. Oh, there's something down there. So perhaps we kind of want to fall down. No, Lara, please stop grabbing the pole. Well. Okay, that was a little loud. Sorry about that. But we did it. No, 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 no. Oh, okay. Okay. Somehow we managed to. I don't know. They're so loud. I think. Okay. So hear me out. Everything is kind of low, the sound effects, and well, kind of low, like up to 40, except speech. I put the speech higher up. I believe that the game registers screeches as scream, as well, not scream, as speech. So I believe that that's the reason why they're so fucking loud compared to everything. As far this game has like some really wacky things going on. Yeah. For example, we're not really playing the game right now properly. We're playing it level by level because we can't start a new game. So I'm just kind of playing up to somewhere up to where I last left off. But then again, that didn't go well as well because I overwrote the save accidentally, and I didn't really save at any specific point. So I'll have to like quickly play it off stream. To actually catch up the game properly with this. So yeah. What's the worst that could happen here? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, not to mention that every time game glitches out, like you can't save this. You can't save it. So every time the game glitches out, I have to restart the whole fucking level. Which we did when the T-Rex completely glitched out. It fell through the ground.
One of the triumvirate, keepers of the three pieces of the Skeel, diviners of its knowledge, sacred rulers of Atlantis.
Peekaboo. Oh, this is not the remake. This is not the remake. This is anniversary. Maybe they fixed it in remake. I don't know. But the anniversary is not in the remake. Yeah, it's anniversary. That's where we left off with our things. Oh, I have to run. I have to run. No. Why, Lara? You have to like run home. Uh. Oh God. Okay, I got it. Kinda. We got it. We got it. Okay, sweet dreams, Baron. Thank you so much for the raid. Have good sleeps.
I'd love to join you, but I forgot my trunks.
Why am I not surprised?
You got your job, I got mine. I'll take it from here.
I hope Natla sent you here with more than that shotgun.
Don't sweat it, kitten. I prefer a more hands-on approach.
This is only one piece of the Skion. Where's the rest of it?
Give me a minute. I'm thinking.
Think faster.
Whoa. Makes no difference to me. Pierre's probably already found his piece.
Pierre Dupont. Where?
Now that I don't know.
Alright.
Good luck with your essay.
I'm
Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for the alert.
Damn. You really had me going there.
Doink. There was a mobile game with I think this specific part that I played as a kid. I liked it a lot. It was a great little game.
Looks like our girl's pulled it off.
Of course she has. Now it's up to you.
Not that I'm complaining, boss, but what makes you so sure she's not gonna bring it back herself?
Lara would never part with the Skion. She's far too obsessed with it, just like her father. Ah, Monsieur Dupont. You have something to report?
Good news, madame. Your information was correct. I have located my piece of the Skion. Voila! It is buried under a place called...
St. Francis Folly.
So yeah, if we go to play game, mode game. We're finished in Greece. Oh, we have hard mode as well. Okay. I don't know where that came from. Yeah. Guys, I'm sorry, but this is sorry. Okay, let's just like that. Yeah. This is where we're gonna end for today because it's midnight 30. Let me see if I could leave you, lovelies, with someone else. Because I do have stuff to. Let me see. Let me see. I can leave you with. What do I leave you with? Oh my god. Okay, Red is streaming, so we're gonna go say hi to Red. Give all of the love. And I will see you all tomorrow with some co-working in the morning, some Toem after that, and in the evening we're gonna chill with some potions again. And thank you all for hanging out. As always, stay excellent. Until next time, bye. I do have stream it. Wait. Here you go. I don't know outro music because I don't have any.